Hey guys, so give me 1 second. I have to go close the door to the office because Oscar put it open right before I hit live. So 1 moment while I fix that. There. Okay, now I just need to get my link out to everybody. So give me 1 moment, please, and thank you. Share. That's what I need. Ha ha ha. I know what I'm doing. Sort of. Kind of. Maybe. I don't know. Can you tell it's been a day, guys? Can you tell it's been a day? Because it's been a day. Okay, so got that. Do and that. Okay, never mind. That. I can't click on anything correctly. It's okay. All right, and then there, and then here, and then can I do it in here? Maybe. We'll see. No, not that one. That. I think that's it. Hi, staff. Hello. Hi, guys. If you hear Oscar whining in the background, I apologize. He's being a little temperamental because he is coming up on a possible nap, but he's fighting it because he's a puppy. Hi. Hello, everybody. Hi, Issa. Happy Friday. Yes, thank God. Oh, my gosh. Today's been just... it's been a day. I am very low on spoons is how I will put it for today. So, unfortunately, we're not going to have any nice fun timers like I normally do. I am very, very tired. Now, for those of you that are not aware, typically I am, seen a little bit. Typically I do my sprints on Saturdays for those of you that may be coming in that are new. I usually do them on Saturdays from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to midnight. This weekend is a little different because I was asked to help host a live show for a read-along that I've been a part of for the last couple of months. We have our live show for the book we had to read in May tomorrow, and it's during the normal sprinting time that I have, that stinks, but I was able to make it work. So I decided to do sprints tonight because I still wanted to do them, at least this weekend, because I had originally planned on this weekend being a weekend I could do sprints, since last weekend I had to cancel since I was at a wedding, which went great. And then next week I would also sprint. And then the following weekend I was going to be gone for my friend's birthday. So I didn't want to miss out on sprints this time and let everybody down, even though I know you guys would understand. But I figured even if I'm feeling kind of crummy, we're going to still do this. We're still going to kick some butt, get some reading done, because I need to get some reading done. I don't know about you guys. So, hi, Paco. Welcome. Hello, Bree. I was just talking kind of about you, just about the fact that we're doing the live show tomorrow, which I'm so excited for. Y'all have no idea. I was actually finishing up the Hero of Ages, and I had to message Helen because I was geeking out. I was freaking out so bad about the ending of the Hero of Ages. I literally messaged her on Discord. I was like, WTF, Helen, what am I getting into? Like, what's happening? And she had to basically be like, yeah, just wait, get to the last, finish up the book, and then a lot of stuff will be answered. So, hi, Brandy, welcome. Friday's great. It's going to end the week on a high note. Exactly. That's what we're going to do. We're going to end the week on a high note here by doing these sprints. I'm low on spoons, but I got enough spoons to do sprints with everybody. And this is what makes me happy. This is what genuinely, I get excited for this every weekend. So y'all are my saving grace. I'm just going to say, hello, Pat. Welcome. Yes, seriously. The ending, oh my God, Brandy, I about wanted to throw the book across the room because I was so mad, but I was also really happy. Like, I was happy that things went the way they did. I was saying, because I also did sprints on Monday with Paco, and I was saying that the ending of The Hero of Ages, my rating would depend on whether or not I felt that everybody got the ending they deserved. And just going to say, I did rate it 5 stars. So that tells you enough about how I felt about how everybody's ending was. I was very sad, and I finished the book at like 12:30 in the morning on like, gosh, I want to say Tuesday, maybe. And at the time, when I wanted to throw the book across the room, I was in the living room with my husband, and we were laying on a couch, and he kind of had like himself propped up against me, like sleeping, because he fell asleep playing his video game that he was playing. So I couldn't throw the book across the room without terrifying him and scaring him awake, and I didn't want to do that. But oh boy, did it take all my willpower. Gave it 4. Half the middle was dry. I will agree. I do think that I mean, I'll be talking about a lot of this in the live show tomorrow, obviously, but I think that there were points that were a little drier, but I think in terms of like looking at it for me, like when I read a series like this, especially something that's a fantasy series, the final book is always the one I feel like is very hit or miss for me. Like, yeah, you might have one, like a book that in the middle that is, you know, suffering from that middle book syndrome. But I find more often than not that endings can be very dissatisfying for me. So typically with a final book in a series, even if things might be dry, it's fine because a lot of times there's a lot of build up to the end. And so like, I understand why it might be a little bit drier. I still find it interesting. But I totally see where people, you know, find it dry. But for me, with a final book like this one, it had to have an ending that I strongly agreed with in terms of how characters went out. Like, I even said on Paco's Sprints that I think I have a very unpopular opinion about like the Divergent series by Veronica Roth. Allegiant, I thought that the ending of that actually fit the character, the main character, how she ended up at the very end of it all. I thought it very much fit her personality, how I think she would have chosen to gone out if she could. And so I think that the people that died was appropriate. The way that other characters ended up was also very interesting and made me very excited to see how that all comes in during Era 2. So this is going to be an interesting live show. I'm very excited to see how everybody else's thoughts were on that, because I would be willing to bet there's going to be some people who are not going to be happy about how that ending was. Also gave it 4 stars. Yep. Hi, Destiny. Yeah, I think 4 stars. If I had, I think, really looked further at the fact that it was a little bit dry in some parts, it would have been more of a 4 star. But those parts I wasn't like super bothered by, like, and it would be in like other books, strangely enough. But this read along has basically converted me to being a Brandon Sanderson like fangirl. And I'm actually reading another Brandon Sanderson. So let's get into what I'm currently reading today. Working on The Arithmetist. I was supposed to read this for a book club, for my friend Princess's book club. For those of you that don't know her, this was the book that we were supposed to read in May, but I never got around to it. And I will say, I was talking about this with my friend Adri earlier, who is one of my hosts for Battle the Bookish with me. She's one of my fellow hosts. She said that she had tried to read this, and it doesn't really like seem to gel with her very well. Keeping in mind, this was the first Brandon Sanderson book she read. And I can understand why, because I think going from like the Mistborn series, which is very adult, very high fantasy in a lot of ways, this is very different. I mean, for one, it's more dark academia. It's got a little bit of a fantasy element or sci-fi, even steampunky kind of element with it, if you will, because it's placed in like an alternate reality where the United States is like broken up into several different kinds of pieces, and there's these people that are called arithmetists who have this ability to create what are called chalklings, and they're basically like 2D creatures of some kind. And 70 pages into this, there is a lot of focus on like geometry and stuff like that. And all of that's going way over my head. I was never a student in geometry very much. I hated anything to do with math. So a lot of this stuff's going over my head. But I'm only like, what page am I on? I'm on page 63. And all I do know about this is that there is an element of mystery because there are a lot of students that are the arithmetists that are going missing. And our main character, Joel, is a student who wants to be a arithmetist. He's going to school at a very prestigious school for arithmetists, but he missed an exam, I guess, that was supposed to have happened when he was like 8 years old or so. And that was because apparently his father had died in some kind of accident. And so he missed it. So he couldn't become a arithmetist, but still ends up going to the school. And he teams up with one of the professors to then figure out what's going on and why these arithmetist students are going missing. And it has something to do with like some kind of evil power that I guess is using the chalklings to some extent as like killing people. I don't 100% know, but like there's obviously some mystery surrounding around this. So I'd like to get further into it and try to see if I can find something that I really like about it. But for right now, it's not hitting me like the Mistborn series. It's a very different kind of story that I think requires me to read further to find like the things that are going to be interesting for me with it. But also I have a little tassel bookmark, so that's always fun. This is a really fun little bookmark. Love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so going on 11 minutes in, what's everybody else reading? Are you guys partaking in any fun readathons? I am doing Desertathon, which is being hosted by Bookish Buddies. And I also have my own readathon going with some friends, Battle of the Bookish. If you are not familiar with that, you can, ask me. I can tell you about it if you'd like to know more. If you would like to join it, you still can. You can still join a team and come hang out with us and do stuff like that. We actually, starting tomorrow, are doing our 24-hour readathon that earns everybody extra points for the month-long readathon. So they basically have, within the 24-hour period, if they can finish books, they get so many added points to their book out of the added onto the points they would already receive for those books. So if you'd like to join, please feel free to. If you check out any of my, recent videos, there should be a link to the Discord in like the announcement video, for instance. It's just a few videos back on my channel. But yeah, what are you guys reading? What are you guys like working with for this month? Finished Alloy of Law. Awesome. Okay. What did you think? Do you think that it's an interesting segue from Era 1? Because I have yet to get to that one, but I'll get there eventually. Reading a book club book, Bones of Ruin. Ooh, okay, yeah. I watched Princess's TBR video earlier today, and it sounded really good. So I hope you guys like it. Reading House in the Cerulean Sea, and it counts for both Battle of the Bookish and Desertathon. Nice. Awesome. Love it when things double count. Pretty much all my TBR for this month does that too. I actually realized that the Arithmetist would count for Gandalf, which is one of my team's prompts. And I didn't realize that. I left that one open because I wasn't sure if I could find something to fit that one. And thankfully this one does, because this involves a mentor character that the main character is going to have to work with, apparently. I was going to try and read some of the Well of Ascension, but I don't have the mental capacity for that tonight. So I'll read Hat Trick by Eden Finley, a fun hockey romance. Aw, yeah, don't push yourself with a high fantasy if you don't have the mental capacity for it. That's never going to be fun. We're finishing Alloy of Law tonight, then continue The Good House. Ooh, fun. So yeah, what do you guys think of Alloy of Law so far? I haven't even touched it as of yet because honestly, The Hero of Ages took me so long to read. Like, I gave it a 5 stars. I loved it. But it took me about 8 days of the month of June to read, and I was carrying it over from starting it in May. So it's going to take me a hot minute to like catch up with everything, but I've got like a handful of books to get to before I can get to Alloy of Law. So we'll see if I can do it at least before the live show for that in July. Reading Pleasant View by Celeste Mohammed for Caribathon. That's a thing? That's awesome. I've never heard of Caribathon, but now I'm intrigued. Who's hosting that, Pat? I'm going to cook dinner during the sprint. Nice. I actually just finished dinner. I had to go to the grocery store today, which was a trip. God, it was awful. And so I didn't get home till like 6:30. That was having gone after finishing up work today. So I just finished dinner and I made steaks. So first time ever making a steak, and they turned out really, really good. I was impressed. Definitely modern, and right now I have mixed feelings about it. Ooh, okay. So I'm assuming like modern in the sense that like it feels more like it would happen in our time. That's what I'm gonna take by that. Which I think that would make sense, because I would say that the Era 1 definitely did feel like it was either like from another planet, like way in the future, or at the very least, like if it was to be on the same planet as Earth, it would have happened like way long time ago. Comfy Cozy Up is hosting it. Okay, I'll have to check it out, because even if I can't join it this month, I'd like to be able to like check out the content and see what it's all about, and kind of maybe see if I can join it up the next time. Oh, there's still carriages? Nice. Okay. Well, not everything can be modernized. So it's still in the past. Okay. So a little more modern, but not as much. There's still some things that are different. That's fair. Look at you guys. You guys are getting me all hyped now. I'm all excited. Like, I was having like such a really like crummy time after getting back from the grocery store and making dinner and stuff. So now I'm like feeling more like myself. Thank you guys. That boost of energy is always fun. Oh, there's guns. Oh, okay. So interesting. All right. I'm interested. Let's see how that goes. Okay, so we're going to start our first sprint here in about 3 minutes. From the 8th to the 18th, June Caribathon, reading Caribbean authors. Okay. I don't have very many Caribbean authors, but I do have the entire trilogy of The Jumbies by Tracy Baptiste, and I've already read the first book, and I was kind of lukewarm about it. I don't know if I can join it this time, but I will make a note of it to make sure I at least follow the YouTuber that's hosting them, so that when it comes around again, I could join it. So it was Comfy Cozy Up. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. Always looking to support new booktubers. If you guys ever have any recommendations for newer booktubers, or even booktubers that have been around for a while that you think are underrated, especially if, they're people of color, please feel free to tell me. I would love to get good recommendations, because I'm always looking for new things. I'm always looking for new, booktubers, readathons, that kind of stuff, because you can never have too much going on in terms of like content to absorb, in my opinion. I mean, sometimes it can be a little oversaturated, but not when it comes to, fun stuff like this. Like, this is all fun for me, so. Oh, all right. That's kind of how I feel today. All right, so we're going to go ahead and roll. Like I said, I don't have any very nice timers. I'm just going to use the one that's on Google, because I don't have the energy to go and find a bunch of nice timers. It's just not my day today, which is okay. So we're going to go with what we got and call it good. So let's go ahead and do our first roll. Okay. I actually I rolled an 11, and I forgot to say anything about how I do things. So real quick, for those of you that don't know, I do dice sprints with using a D12 die, and every number on here is multiplied by 5 to give us however many minutes that we do our sprint for. However, there's a few rules to this. First of all, if we are doing the first sprint of any sprinting night, we never do anything that is more than 30 minutes. So if we roll something like I just did, if we rolled an 11, I would have to re-roll to find something that is going to be more in line with lower than 30 minutes. Secondly, one of the newest things that we've decided to do is that if I roll a natural 1, I then have to roll again, and whatever number I get, I either have to double that number to get our time, or if it's over like 30 minutes total, I would have to go it by half. So for instance, if I was to roll a 1 and I rolled a 2 the next time, we would double that to make it, instead of 10 minutes, a 20-minute sprint. But if I rolled, say, instead a 10, we would instead do 25 minutes as opposed to 50 minutes. So basically, depending on where on the spectrum we roll after that natural 1, we would either double or halve the time, depending on where the die rolled, I guess. So those are the easiest rules to explain. We're going to go ahead and try to roll, because we rolled an 11 and that's not going to work. We're only doing up to 30. And that's a 9, getting closer. 10, no. 7, no. Another 7, no. 8, no. Another 8. I should probably get my D6 sometimes for this. I just don't have it on me. It's upstairs somewhere. Oh, come on. What's with all these high numbers? Y'all, it's okay. There we go. 5 million rolls later, we got a 2. So that means we're going to do a 10-minute sprint. Nice, easy way for us to get involved. 4 I chose for you. Hey, we got about half that. So after that, they won't be nearly that annoying in terms of rolling 4 times. So do not worry. But I'm going to set this timer for 10 minutes. And I'll share my screen with you guys once I can figure out what the heck I'm doing. There we go. All right, so I'm going to bring this up. We're going to do 10 minutes of reading, guys. Nice, easy way to go about this. We're going to basically go to like the 31-minute mark, but that's fine. We'll do what we got to do. So everyone, grab your books, grab your snacks, your drinks, whatever you want to do, and enjoy the first sprint of the night. Hey guys, hope that didn't scare everybody. Sorry if it did. Hosted by Comfy Cozy Up and Run Right Reads. They do it every June. Yeah, I got both their names down. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate that. I will definitely check them out. Hi, Jen. So glad you made it. Just finished doing some vlog editing. Not done, but I wanted to stitch together what I have so far. Awesome. I'm so glad you're here. Yes. Hello, Jen. Jen, I just watched your TBR video, I think yesterday or today. I can't remember. And it was so good. I'm really excited to see what you think of all those books. Like, honestly, I have not heard of most of them, but they all sounded amazing. So I'm very excited to hear what you have to say about them. So, all right, I got about 12 pages read, and please don't mind the fact that I'm in my pajamas. It's been a day. I decided at 8 o'clock I was going to get in my PJs and be comfy because I was tired of wearing normal clothes. I was done. So, yeah. Of course, Jen. I like watching your videos. I think they're so fun. Okay, so we'll start our next sprint here at the 40-minute mark. Give everybody a chance to chill out and take a break for a hot minute. Yeah, so. Oh, excuse me. Got chapter 13 still at work. Okay, fair. Yeah. Ugh. I am very glad it's Friday. I am so tired from work. It's been awful. It's not been awful with work per se. It's been very busy. There's been a lot of things, like with the summer, things get really busy with my job, and I'm already dreading how the rest of the summer is going to go. So that's how it is. Made it to 4%. Nice. Good job, Isa. Got a couple pages read, but got pulled away to put Luca on for the little one. Oh, I've not watched Luca, but I've heard it's really cute. It's really, really cute. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but the summer gets like really busy for my job, and so it's been just. I have like an incoming headache because I'm just so tired from the day, but I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'll go take some ibuprofen here during the next sprint, and I'll be good to go. This heat is killing me. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's not been hot up here. Today was the highest it's been in like a week and a half, I think. It was like 75. But I know that going into like next week, it's going to start hitting the high 80s, low 90s for us. So I can only imagine how hot it must be got down there for you guys. I'm so sorry. Like, the heat here some days, I can't do it. Like, I think it was I was on sprints. I think I was on sprints with Bree and Brandy, and we were talking about how like the heat this year just seems to hit differently for some reason. I don't know what it is. Like, just for some reason, the heat and the humidity this year, like just here in the Midwest, is way different than anything we've ever experienced. And I think Bree was talking about how down in Texas it was like way different like than what they've been dealing with in the past. So I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. But yeah, so what else is going on? Tomorrow I have a friend who I haven't seen in about a year that I see usually around this time of year every year. That is coming over for the first time, which I'm very excited. And this will be the first time that we'll have like Oscar meeting, some of my friends. So I'm very excited for him to meet her because he loves people. He loves meeting new people. And she's like super excited to meet him. So I'm very happy. Oh, high 90 up to 100. Ugh, I am so sorry. That's no fun. Ugh. Yeah, and down in California, like I heard it's like it gets bad, especially like if you're like I think it's like in the valley it can get really bad is what I've heard before. But God, I can't even imagine. Jeez, oh Pete. Look at me complaining about how it's going to get hot here in the next week, and you guys are going to have like probably almost 120-degree weather. Should shut my mouth sometimes, I feel like, but then I wouldn't be Gabby for a reason. No, I'm just kidding. I'm in some kind of a mood today. I don't know what it is. I'm just everything right now. Yeah, I know you were in Cali. I know that you and Princess aren't like super close to each other, but like you're both in California. Like I know you guys got to meet up at what was it? Y'all West? Was that what it was? Something like that. It was some convention. All right, I'm taking my bun out because this is just gonna be what it is. Yay, crazy hair. Woo! Yay. Slightly disheveled curliness that is faked because I had partially wet hair thrown up in a bun. Yay. Oh, guys, I'm tired. I'm done with the day. I'm so done. But, all right. Well, we got 2 minutes left till our next sprint. Pull up my dice tray, not knock over my Coke. That would be a sacrilege to me. I think I'm using the word correctly. I hope I am. Let's go ahead and do our roll and see what we end up getting. Not yet, dice. So this roll is a straight normal one, since we've already done our first sprint. So whatever we roll will be what we do. Unless we roll a 1, then we'll have to roll again to see if we either have to double or have the time that we would normally get with our dice. So let's go ahead and see what we get. Okay, I guess we're not getting out of doing the long ones tonight. So that time I rolled an 11. So we're going to have a very nice long sprint this time for all my people who like the long ones. This is going to be a 55-minute sprint because 5 times 11 is 55. I can do simple math. I can't do geometry like these people want me to do. No, I can't do it. Also, I am listening to the audiobook of The Arithmetist as I read, which is making it a lot easier for me to figure out what the heck is going on. But I still don't really quite understand any. I think that this is one of those books where like you're not supposed to always know what the mechanics of like the arithmetist things are. I think it's supposed to be more about the mystery than anything, but the arithmetist world and culture and things of that nature does play some effect into it. Like it's not too difficult, but it's definitely like if you're not somebody who's familiar with geometry and working with it, then like you're going to be kind of lost like me. But all right, I'm going to reset this and we're going to get it set up for 55 minutes. Beep, 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 beep. All right. Okay, folks, we're going to do a nice long sprint. I'm going to go take some ibuprofen to get this headache to go away, and we'll be good. So, everybody, grab your books, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, whatever you're going to do with this time, whether it's read, edit, write, I don't give a crap. Just do something in these 55 minutes. Eat if you have to. Make sure you're drinking your water, unlike me. But, let's go ahead and get started. Go. Okay, guys, that is 55 minutes. Deja, thank you for stopping by. I'm sure you're not even here anymore, but I appreciate you coming by. Have fun on date night. Sounds amazing. Thrifty, hi. Yes, we're continuing sprinting tonight. The reason is because tomorrow I will not be able to sprint as I am going to be helping host a live show with Bree and Brandy here. We are doing a live show for the Brandon Sanderson read-along, and it happens during my normally scheduled sprints, so I just decided to do them tonight instead. And I honestly needed it because I had a bit of a crummy day, and I needed an excuse to sit and read for a while. But glad you're here. Glad you're joining us. We just finished our first very long sprint. Adri! Hi, sweetheart! Oh, guys, it is Adri's birthday today. It's her birthday. Oh, I'm so excited. Helen. Hi, Helen. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for those really late Discord messages, but I'm not because I was geeking out. I am so excited for the live show tomorrow to talk with you about how things went, came in during the sprint. That's all good. Glad you guys got to come in, got to come say hi. But yes, it is Adri's birthday today. She's one of my hosts for Battle of the Bookish. She is running our team Wonderland, which is based off Alice in Wonderland, because our theme this month is literary universes. I am hosting the team Middle Earth because if y'all don't know, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. I have a Lord of the Rings based tattoo. This was my first tattoo I ever got, so I'm a fan. Lol. I know, I'm a dork, Brie. Okay, loved them. Yes, happy birthday, Adri. I love you so much, my Adri girl. It was really funny because how did I even start it? Let me go back to, I'll just go on my Discord here on my desktop. How did I even start that conversation? I was like, it was like 12:30 in the morning or something like that. And I was like, I'm sorry, but WTF? That was like the first thing I sent. And it was quite funny. Oh my gosh. I had so much fun reading the end of that book. Y'all have no idea. Look at all the happy birthday messages. I'm so happy to see it. Okay. So how much did I get read that time? I got through quite a bit. I was hoping to get to around 150 by the end of the night, but I'm already at page 134. So that's actually pretty awesome. I think I got to, where was I? Okay, I just had got, it was the last chapter before part 2. So I was on, yes, this is where I was. I was on page 75. So I got about almost 60 pages in during that sprint. That's not bad. And I also took a break for a second to go grab a Twix because I needed some chocolate. Chocolate sounded really good, so I decided to do that. So, birthday greetings. Yes, gosh. Fun fact, Adri's husband and her husband George, he and I have the same birthday, July 8th. So I always remember when his birthday is because it's my birthday as well. So I always make sure to send a birthday message to her for him from me. Only read 12 pages, but got the dishes done. Nice. We love some multitasking and productivity. Took me longer than I thought, but I'm back. Hi. Welcome back. No worries. We'll wait to get started with our next sprint until about the 45-minute mark, just because everybody's getting back in and everything. Never forget either of your birthdays. Well, yeah, you'll never forget George's, but then you'll never forget mine because it's the same day. Yay. Now, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so it's just really easy for me to remember George's birthday just because it's the same day. How can I not remember, that his birthday is the same day? And I just remember too, actually, that one of my friends, her mom also has the same birthday. So I always remember when her mom's birthday is because it's the same day as mine. So that's always fun. But okay, so with where you guys are currently, what are you thinking of your books? Oh, your birthday's on Tuesday? Happy early birthday! I'll make sure to send you a birthday message then on Tuesday. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Let me just write it down so I don't forget. My dear, I hope you like, I hope I don't, honorifics are weird for me. I like using honorifics, but I don't know if people appreciate them. Do you have an Amazon wish list, by chance, that I could send you something? I would like to send you something for your birthday. But yeah, okay, weird thing for me, if you and I are like, friends, I use honorifics. It's kind of something I do, but I understand not everybody likes them. So if you don't, let me know, because I would like to make sure that I accommodate for people. Not reading currently, playing Stardew. Fun. DM me on Instagram your Amazon wish list. I'd like to send you something for your birthday. 18 pages in, have no idea what is happening, so hopefully get into it. What are you reading, girl? What you reading? I forget. Did you tell me earlier? I can't remember. I'm sorry if you did. Brain. Girl, since we were on the phone earlier today, it's been a day. Stardew is the best game. Yes. Oh, an Amazon wish list? It's so... are we talking about... Sorry, my brain, totally froze there for a second. Are you not sure what an Amazon wish list is, or was it something else? Did I miss something? I don't remember. Oh, you just started a new book? What'd you start? What'd you start? Tell me. Sorry of the obnoxious motorcycle that just passed by. Birthday blessings in advance. Yes. Ooh, an absolutely remarkable thing. Yes. So I have heard that book takes a while to get into because it's just so out there and so weird. I have heard that there's been a lot of people who've read that are like, I don't know what is going on here, but let's go, happy birthday, June babies. Unless I don't like you, then good luck. True. The other thing. What was the other thing? Oh, Stardew? Are you talking about Stardew? Because Stardew Valley is just a game. It's just a game you can play on PC or Switch. If you think like Animal Crossing, it's kind of like that, except Stardew has the ability to have more plot if you let it, but you don't have to do it. Like there's ways that you can interact with different people in Stardew Valley that have their own plot lines. But you don't have to do that. You can literally stay isolated and not talk to anybody and have a good time and just farm and build up your area and let it be that. It's just a fun little cozy game, really. A lot of people I know that play it will play it where they just do the farming aspect of it for a whole game, and they listen to their audiobook while they're doing it because it's very mindless. It's very easy kind of things to do. Pushing through Girls of Storm and Shadow. That's the second book in that duology by Natasha Nian, right? Nian? I don't know how to pronounce that last name. I apologize. I think that's book 2, if I'm not mistaken. More like Harvest Moon, if you know what that game is. I don't know Harvest Moon personally, but I know enough of Stardew Valley because I have it and I've played it a touch, but I haven't had the motivation to get back to it. Animal naming convention is Lord of the Rings. Nice! I love it so much. Oh my gosh, y'all. I've been a huge Lord of the Rings fan ever since I was in high school. We read The Hobbit. Well, actually, no. I've been a fan since I was even younger than that because I watched the movies and I loved the movies as a kid. But I first read the books when I was late high school because I read The Hobbit for the first time when I was in high school. I had a science fiction and fantasy class that I had taken for it was like one of the English electives I could have taken, basically, like after I completed the main English classes I needed to take to graduate high school. So for the fantasy portion, we read The Hobbit. And then I think it was shortly after that, if not when I was in college, I read the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, and I fell in love with it so much that I got a freaking tattoo. I was already in love with it when I was watching the movies, which I don't know if this is a popular opinion or not, but I think that those movies are the best book to movie adaptations I have ever come across. But I have the word courage in Elvish here on my arm, and this was my very first tattoo I ever got when I was 19. Obsessed with Animal Crossing is pretty much the only game that I play. Yeah, that's the one. I think this is the one I play the most right now, because I used to be like a person who really liked to play video games. I mean, I had played on Twitch for a long time, but I feel like this is the only game I can play anymore that I can handle. And even that, it's like I go a couple weeks and my whole island is covered in weeds. And most of the time it's so I can play with my sister, because my sister is a hardcore player of Animal Crossing. It's book 2, I believe it's 3 books. Oh no, you're not going for the next book? Ooh, that does not sound like it's very good. Switch says I have 570 hours in Stardew Valley, and I also have it on the PC that I've also played on. Nice. Wish I would have had an SFF class. Well, and see, it was so funny too, because like they had to create something, I think, because I grew up in a small town, so like there wasn't like a ton of kids. Like, to put it into perspective, my graduating class was like 175 people, and that's on the smaller end. Like, it's still like a good kind of more mid-sized like school, but it was definitely a smaller kind of community, like very rural, small town vibes. So to have an SFF class was really, really like a big thing, because it was different and it was something that was more of an elective kind of thing. Like, you could choose it. A lot of people opted for, like, especially where I grew up, it was very like sports oriented. So a lot of people with their like extra electives did like, if they weren't doing the AP classes, they were doing like extra gym classes or something like that. So I was always a big writer and reader. So I took this class because it was also being taught by one of my favorite teachers I had in high school. So I was like, yes, I will take any excuse to be in your classes because I love you. You're my favorite teacher. So Holes is also a great adaptation, but the Lord of the Rings movies are probably the most faithful that those books are ever going to get. Oh, for certain. I liked Holes as an adaptation. I think they did the book very well. Like, as far as like an adaptation, they got the biggest parts of the story I think that were important in the movie. But I feel like, honestly, I will die on the hill that Lord of the Rings is like the best adaptation that there is. All three movies are such good adaptations. The only thing I will say that is like in any way different is the intensity they went for in the movies with Aragorn and Arwen. Because in the books, they were never really talked about as being a relationship, but as kind of a way to entice the female audiences, they kind of played that up more, which I understood. Like, that was a very easy thing, I think, to do that made the most sense, considering that, you know, they have more of a relationship by the end of book 3. If that makes sense. But die on the hill, Lord of the Rings, the best set of adaptations in the entire world. The most faithful movies for the books. I've been trying to get into Zelda, but I can't. See, okay, here's the thing with Zelda for me. I love watching other people play it. And this doesn't just go for Zelda. This goes for most video games anymore for me. I love watching other people play it. I can't play it by myself. I tried to play Breath of the Wild when it came out on, obviously, the Switch. I borrowed it from my friend who currently was living with me at the time with my husband and I before we got married. We had a friend who was staying with us. and I borrowed his game of Breath of the Wild, and I tried playing it, and I just couldn't get into it. I think that it would have been better if I had like gone back to start with some of the older ones before getting to Breath of the Wild, because I didn't really understand the mechanics. There were some things, like some fights, I couldn't really figure out how to handle because I didn't understand much of the mechanics, didn't understand much of what was going on. So it's not my favorite, Breath of the Wild, but I love watching people do Let's Plays of the Zelda games. Like, there's one person I really loved watching, Gab Smolders. She did a whole series leading up to, gosh, I don't remember. I think it was like a remaster of one of the older Zelda games for the Switch or something like that. She did a whole series of playing the entirety of Majora's Mask, and also I think the entirety of Twilight Princess and something else. I can't remember. But that was like some of the most enjoyable content I'd watched. Like, keeping in mind the episodes were at least an hour a piece. But when you were actively like watching it as the episodes came out kind of thing, like that was very enjoyable for me and made the experience of learning about Zelda so much more fun. But I can't play it myself either. It's not something that's easy for me. I like The Green Mile. I think it's one of the best Stephen King book to movie adaptations. Haven't watched any of the Lord of the Rings movies. Lord of the Rings movies are a lot, I will say. Just if you're watching the non-extended edition, the movies, like if you buy them, are usually broken up into like, well, I don't know if it's all of them, but my parents had a disc set of the 3 movies that were each broken up into 2 separate discs, at least. So it's a lot, but it's very high fantasy. Lord of the Rings it's like the very beginning of anything to do with high fantasy. It is like the original, the staple, the thing that a lot of people try to emulate when it comes to fantasy, because it was kind of like one of the biggest like proponents of it. I mean, obviously it's changed and it's adapted to modern tastes and modern things, but series like The Wheel of Time were created because of Tolkien's work with Lord of the Rings. The Game of Thrones, not 100% exactly like Lord of the Rings. Game of Thrones focused more on the politics involved with fantasy worlds, but was still very inspired, I think you can see in a lot of ways, from the way that the Lord of the Rings is set up in terms of like the map and how everybody is like from certain areas kind of thing. I have not read The Green Mile as of yet, but I did watch part of the movie. So I understand, like, it's a very good movie. It is very, very good. I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites out of the ones that have been made by Stephen King books, because I haven't seen the whole thing beginning to end. But I have heard from other people who read The Green Mile and watched the movie that it's one of the better ones. So I'm excited when I can get to that. Brother loves Lord of the Rings. Could watch anything that is about or has to do with those books. Same. Oh my gosh. Especially if it involves all of the people that were involved in it. So Sir Ian McKellen as Gandalf, I will watch anything with that. Sean Astin as Samwise Gamgee, my favorite character. Elijah Wood as Frodo Baggins. Like, anything to do with that cast of characters, I will eat up because I love it so much. It's so good. Made a deal with a friend. I would watch some of One Piece with him, and then we would watch Lord of the Rings. One Piece, I've heard, is really, really intense. Like, I know that the manga series is a lot. I've heard the anime is just about as much. It's a lot to deal with. But that is one of the manga series I have been meaning to read, and one of the animes I've been meaning to watch. Do I have the time? Not really, but that's okay. It's going. We're just sitting having a good talk. I'm talking a lot about Lord of the Rings and other things and stuff. Okay, so before we get started with our next sprint, I wanted to answer my own question that I had posed, which was, how are you guys working with your books right now? We're in episode 60 of 1,000. Oh my God. Like that. That is a lot of episodes. I did not expect it to be that much. I knew it was a lot, but 1,000? Holy crap, man. Okay, so to answer my own question, this is going actually a lot better now. The mystery is starting to pick up. There's been a second person who's gone missing. And it's interesting. Like, so the way too that they talk about the rhythmatist dueling, which basically involves people drawing circles and creating defensive lines, like very geometric based things. Like, I'll show you an example that they have, because they have like diagrams in this whole thing. So if you look at this thing here, this is basically like what somebody would draw. So the lines, they wouldn't necessarily, the lines are kind of more so for the eye of the person learning about it. But the big circle and all of the small circles around it are something that basically would be drawn onto the floor. And that acts as kind of like a battleground of sorts. It causes some form of battling to happen, and there are different ways to fight. There's different ways, like, it's basically like a lot of war strategy is what these people are learning as rhythmatists. And there's a whole history surrounding around how they call them the United Isles as opposed to United States is set up, like how the history of things happened to where rhythmatist life kind of started up. And what's interesting is they found out how exactly it is possible the first person who's disappeared in this, that's been kind of starting this whole story, like what might have happened. And they do believe that a rhythmatist might be behind what's going on, but they don't know who it is. They don't know what the goal is or anything. So it's kind of getting into the point where, like, we're starting to figure out how the pieces are going to start fitting together, which is interesting. Like, I think according to my audiobook, I'm like, almost a third of the way through this. Let me see. Yeah, actually, I'm about exactly 33% of the way through this. So it's getting better. It's getting better. I don't feel like this is something where, like, you have to fully understand what's going on with the battle strategy, but you'll learn it as you go, kind of thing, because they'll start telling you about how certain things work, how certain things like are used in battle, but not to the point where it's super info dumpy, which I was afraid of, because I feel like most of this would just go way over, and most of it does, but it's getting better, I feel, as the book's going on, which is good. Join Bones of Ruin. Yep, you're answering Helen's question. Just sort of Keeper of the Lost Cities, currently on page 7. I've heard it's a really good series. That's one that I've been hearing a lot of recently for some reason. Like, I don't know if it's like got because of a resurgence of interest, or if it's just that good that people are just really talking about it a lot. All right. So, okay, we're going on top of the hour here. So let's go ahead and do our next roll, just so that we can get started here. Okay, so slightly shorter sprint this time, but still kind of longer. We rolled an 8 that time. So we're going to do a 40-minute sprint this time. So still fairly long, but, you know, a little shorter than what we just did. So get my clock set up. Alrighty, guys. Okay, 40 minutes. Make sure that you're staying hydrated. You have your snacks, whatever you're working on. Enjoy. Take breaks if you need to. Please take breaks if you have to. I think I'm going to finish the chapter I was working on, and then I'm going to take a small break and do some stretching. So feel free to do that if you have to. But otherwise, let's get started. Okay, folks, that was 40 minutes. How'd we do? Let me readjust once again for the upteenth millionth time of this video because I can't sit like a normal human being in a chair, apparently. Ever. I don't know if any of you have noticed. I don't sit normally in chairs. It's just not what I do. So for me, I got through about 32 pages, or no, 30 pages. And now let's take a little break too, here and there. So, how'd y'all do? What am I at? Now I'm 41% of the way through. So I could very possibly get to around the halfway point of this book tonight and then be able to maybe finish it tomorrow before my friend gets here. Because I think she's not going to get here till like the afternoon, which reminds me, I should text her during our next sprint so that I can figure out what time she'll be able to come out. Because I told her I wasn't sure how our plans were going to go. 48 pages, nice. How are you liking it so far? 58 pages. Okay, are we getting anywhere? Are we feeling any different about it, Adri? Hit the halfway point of my book and folded all my laundry. Now all my chores are done and I can just read. Yay! Yay for chores being done. That's always fun. So I don't know if you guys actually, fun point that I want to bring up. So if you watched my last vlog that I just put up a couple days ago, I started doing this thing where each day in the month, I'm going to do one specific project around the house, whether it's just cleaning up a small area or going through and purging things that I don't need anymore. And it's something that I thought would be really helpful for my husband and I, where we don't want to do like a ton of housework on one given day. It would be much easier for the both of us to do a little bit every single day of something. So I've been doing it where I have this list in my notebook down here of a bunch of things that like would be nice to get through every single month. Here it is. So this list I have here, it's for 31 days basically, but you could adjust it for how much you want to get done in the month. And this will obviously fluctuate depending on like how many days are actually in the month. But I have like multiple things that like I could clean about once a month, or, you know, would basically be really important to make sure it gets done within like any given month. And each day I basically randomize the number, and whatever number I come across is what I do. And I decrease that number of 1 to whatever once I get through some things. So like instead of starting off, so basically instead of going through like 1 through 31 or 1 through 30 every single month, after the first day of the month, it would go down to like 1 through 29, 1 through 28, so on and so forth. Just so that like I can kind of make that number a little less intimidating the further on in the month we go. So I've been doing that, and that's actually been really helpful. It's been a lot more enticing to get some of these projects done, and a lot of them are smaller things that I am able to do like on my lunch breaks. So that makes it a lot easier. And then the bigger stuff where like I have to go through and purge stuff is something my husband can help with, which is always very nice that, you know, I can hold off on doing that until he gets home and after we've had dinner, stuff like that. So like last Thursday, we ended up doing 4 things to make up for the fact that we weren't going to be home Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. So instead of doing just one thing on Thursday. So the things we did, first of all, was like we went through and like made sure any food that needed to be thrown away that had been like in our cupboards for the last several months, you know, was tossed out. So we've been doing that. So that's been helpful. If anybody would like to take that idea and let me know. I can show you kind of like what I've got, and you can obviously adjust it as need be, but I can kind of tell you more about it if you're interested in it. Starting to understand what this book is about more, which is helpful. Like the writing, so I think I have a good chance of liking it. Awesome. Great. Gotcha chapter 32, still not engaged. Like, I don't care what happens, just pushing through. Dang. I mean, if you're really not liking it that far, like, how much more of it do you have? I don't remember if you said exactly where you were in the book. You said you're just pushing through it. So, gosh, I hope you get to the end soon. Like, that has got to be the worst kind of feeling, to not be enjoying what you're reading and still feeling like you have to finish it. I would have DNF'd it a long time ago if I wasn't engaged with it. But that's just me. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. Need to update something on here, I think, real quick. So I forgot to. Did I drink any water yesterday? I don't think I did. I'm going to say no. I can't remember anymore. My days are all screwy. Okay, so got a little bit more than an hour still of sprinting. So we can do another, we could probably get through at least one more sprint in this time, depending on if it's a high or a low one. So we'll see. But I'm very happy that I have already passed the goal that I wanted to for tonight. I wanted to get to page 150 by the end of the night, and I'm currently on page 165. So very happy with that. And like I said, I think if I can manage it by the end of sprints tonight, I could get to about 50%. So not bad. Pacing's pretty good. Awesome. Yeah, I think those are Keeper of the Lost Cities, I think, is technically a middle grade. And they're pretty chunky books for a middle grade series, if I'm not mistaken. Too far into DNF, there's like 4 more chapters. Oh my goodness, Thrifty. Okay. You got this. You got this. I believe in you. I do. My water is still cold from earlier. And it's been sitting here for like, what time is it? Like, it's been sitting here for about 6 hours. And it's still cold. I think it might still have some ice in it. Dregs of it, but there's still ice in here. That's nice. That's very nice. What? Okay. Finished homework and read the novella to Mistborn Era 2. I'm guessing that's the secret history one, right? That's what that is. Don't normally read middle grade, and this book is 488. Yeah, it's a pretty chunky series from what I understand. Like, it's a chunkier kind of story for a middle grade. I think typically most of them stay within the 300 to 400 page range, but I've heard they're pretty good, so I hope you enjoy it. It was the best when water's still cold after a long time. It is so nice. And I think I showed this cup before, but this is the Practical Magic one that my sister got for me for Christmas. I think the inside of it, it's like that insulating metal, so like it keeps things pretty cold or pretty warm for a long time. So thank goodness. Even my straw, I have a metal straw that I use with this one. The straw itself is cold, like very, very chilly. Like, it stays cold. It keeps stuff cold, which is good. Okay, folks, we're going to get started with our next sprint here, I think, just so we can get right into it and see how long we're going, whether or not this is going to be our last one. So, also, I showed, hold on. Alamancor Jack. Wait, so the novella to Mistborn Era, are we supposed to read it? Are we supposed to read that for this month? Or are you just kind of getting ahead? I don't remember that being part of it, but that's okay. Liking it so far? Good. 2 novellas. I know we're supposed to read Secret History. Is it in Shadows of Self? Is it in that book? Or is it in the Arcanum Unbounded as well? I'm all confused. Bree, you're making my brain hurt. Don't make my brain hurt, please. It hurts enough. I'm kidding. It's fine. No, I know you'll tell me. It's all good. But yeah, so let's go ahead and roll for the next one just so we can kind of get started. It's a short one. Thrifty, you're going to be happy, even though you only have 4 chapters left, and so it's not like as conducive for this book, but it's a 4. We rolled a 4 this time, and I know I just showed you the 1, but it was a 4. So that means we're going to do a 20-minute sprint. Oh, it comes after Alloy of Law. Okay. Got it. All right, so let me reset this. But yeah, we're going to sprint for about 20 minutes. And we'll see how everyone's feeling after this, because I know we just had 2 pretty long ones back to back. So after this one, let's see how everyone's feeling. Now I said this week is in the binder. Okay. No, don't worry. You're good. I missed it. It's all good. I missed the boat. I missed the train somewhere. It's all good. I have to pay better attention. So I will make sure to add that to my list. We'll be good. Okay. So yeah, let's check in with everybody after 20 minutes and see how we're doing. If we're still raring to go for one more sprint after this one, I think I should be fine to do so, but I'll check in with everybody just to make sure. Need to reread Mistborn. Oh, loved it. I loved it so much. Like it's got to be like now one of my most favorite series to have read. So, Carissa, if you're not aware, Bree Cherie reads here. This person right here. She and Brandy from Books with Brandy Shanae, they are hosting a Brandon Sanderson read-along where they are reading basically a lot of the stuff in the Cosmere over the course of 2022. And right now we're going through Mistborn Era 2. We have the live show for the final book in Era 1, The Hero of Ages, tomorrow. And I'm hosting it with them. And, we're going to talk about how that whole thing went. So if you would like to join us, you're more than welcome, but I don't expect you to read all of Era 1 in a short amount of time. But if you'd like to join in on the conversation of things with that, you would be more than welcome to if you would like. So we're doing that. So, okay, peeps, we're going to go ahead and do 20 minutes. Everybody have a good short sprint, and I will see you back in 20. Okay, guys, that was 20 minutes. I got through about 66 to 181, 14 pages, I think. So not quite at 50% yet, but I'm at 46. So if I get into another sprint, I should be able to get there. So how are we feeling? Everyone feeling okay? Do we want to do one more sprint? And if so, do we want to let the dice decide, or do we want to maybe do a short one to end off the night? Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me what you're feeling. Sorry if I say y'all a lot. I grew up in Texas for a hot minute. It's stuck with me. Also, I feel like a lot of people here in like Michigan say y'all unironically, and it's kind of stuck. I don't know why. Maybe that's just a me thing. 13 pages. Okay, another sprint would be good. Awesome. Finally finished babysitting. Oh, Saf, you haven't even been here. I know you were here like at the very beginning, but okay. We might do another sprint. 23 pages, up for whatever. All right, sounds good. Okay, for everybody that wants us to do a sprint, do we want to let the dice decide? Or do we want to just do a short one, like 30 minutes to end off the night? I'm in that weird mood of do I read, watch YouTube, or a movie, or do something else? Oh, I hate when I'm in that mood. Because, like, I can't decide. Because, like, reading sounds awesome, especially if I'm liking what I'm reading. YouTube sounds great because I can watch something or somebody that is very comforting. Usually Jacksepticeye or Markiplier. Those are my two comfort YouTubers. Because I'm a basic bitch, if you don't know. And then movie would be a comfort movie, which would be any of like 20 different ones, depending on what kind of a mood I'm in. And then something else usually would involve some other kind of self-care in that regard, like just watching or scrolling through TikTok, I think would usually be the something else. 23 pages, nice. Here to vibe. Hey, it's okay. We like vibing. 2 more chapters left. Sprint more. Need this book to end. Okay. Got you. All right. So Destiny is down for the dice. Carissa, you're good with anything. Matt Pat and GT Live, my current go-to comfort channel. Nice. I haven't watched Matt Pat in a hot minute. God, that's been so long since I've watched some of his stuff. I might need to go back and watch it. Oh, man. Okay. Y'all got people wanting the dice to decide. This is going to be interesting. Just going to say. What do the dice want us to do today? I don't know. We'll hold off for a minute. Like, we'll give everybody a nice little break. We'll wait until we get to the 20-minute mark. So, what's coming up recently? What's coming up soon for me? So, the only video I have that's going to be coming out anytime soon is going to be this week's vlog, because I don't have anything that I'm currently reviewing or anything else that I'm really doing in terms of videos. So I think my next vlog is going to be the next video, which is fine. I'm really taking it easy on myself, honestly, so far this month, which I'm very happy with. I mean, tomorrow I've got the Hero of Ages live show with Bree and Brandy. And I'm seeing my friend tomorrow. Sunday, I'm going to go visit my sister with my mom, which is going to be really fun. I think that might be about it. I think that's all coming out coming up with this next week so far. Don't have any other videos, like I said, planned. So I think it's just going to be the vlog, which I'm down for because it's going to actually end up being a lot shorter, I think, than last week's, last vlog I just put out, because I haven't really done much filming with it, surprisingly. I haven't done much in terms of updating, honestly, which I'm going to have to do. Dang it, I just realized I never messaged my friend, so I gotta message her. Okay, let's see what we're going to do. You guys got anything else fun planned for this weekend? Let me know. Yes, tomorrow I do have a very busy day. Yes, because my friend's going to be here sometime in the afternoon, which is going to be great. We're going to have lunch. We're going to have her hang out and check out the house. And then basically from after that, it'll be a pretty chill evening. And then it's just a live show. So it's really not too bad. But I wish I wouldn't have to wake up till noon. But my husband has to actually go to work tomorrow because he has to go help with something. And so he has to be out the door by like 8:30. So I'm probably going to be up and awake unless Oscar decides to stay in bed. What is with that plane? Oh, no, that's not a plane. That's somebody revving their engine. Can you guys hear that? That is so obnoxious. That has been going on like while I've been muted like almost all night. It is so obnoxious. Good God. No, my husband has to work early in the morning tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to get up to, take care of that. And then if Oscar decides to stay asleep, which I'm hoping, I might be able to squeak by waking up around 10. We'll see. After our phone call today, I restarted my library spreadsheet and decided to do all books, physical, audio, and ebook. And I finished all the digital ones and a fifth of the shelves. 440 books. Oh, man. Let me know how that goes when you finish, because I'd be interested to see by the end of this month when I finish mine what we're both at. Oh, you're going out with your sister tomorrow. Don't know what you're doing yet. Awesome. Yeah, I'm going out with my mom and my sister. My mom is coming to pick me up, and we're going out to see my sister. And we're going to go just hang out at the mall. It's going to be great for me because I am trying to be better about being in very busy places with having been off of my anti-anxiety meds for the last 2 weeks. That's been an interesting development. Yeah, I've been off my anti-anxiety meds for the last 2 weeks, trying to kind of see if I can manage, because I've been able to actually feel really good. I've been on them for about 9 months. And so I feel like it was a good time for me to test the waters. I was on a very low dosage, and I do not recommend anybody who's on their medication like this to do this cold turkey. But I decided to test it to see if I was going to do okay, if I was going to be all right. And today was a really good example of the fact that I kind of held it together. So I think I should be okay. But we'll see. Reading Shadow of Self, nice. A bit, yeah. Just a bit. Going to the coffee shop tomorrow morning for some time without kids is the late birthday gift to myself. I'm so excited for you. I can't wait to hear how great that's going to be, because that just sounds like it's heaven on earth for you. Male ego for you. Yeah, for sure. I don't even know what they're doing. Like, I've been hearing people revving their engines like all night. Like I said, like during the times where I'm muted. It's not even like down our street per se. Like, it might be like way down that way somebody's doing it, but it sounds like there's a lot of people like down by the highway that would be doing it as well. So I don't know if people are just got the Friday funsy energy or whatever and just being stupid. I need my anxiety meds only as needed. Yeah, I was taking desvenlafaxine. It's basically the generic version of Pristique. And again, I was on the lowest dosage, but it's an everyday one, because it was mostly helping with my my intrusive thoughts, which is usually what leads my anxiety the most, is my intrusive thought patterns. But I've done a lot of work in the last 9 months to really figure out where those intrusive thoughts come from. It's been a lot of personal growth. And then I stepped away from therapy, having sessions with somebody in January. And since having been away from therapy since then, I've done a lot of really good work on myself and on my own that I felt that it was appropriate for me to wean myself off of it, even though the weaning was more so like cutting it off completely. But I will say that I feel like these last 2 weeks for me personally have really shown how much I have grown and how much I've learned about myself in the last just 6 months since I've stopped therapy. And I'm excited to see where this takes me, because I will say that the medication helped a lot with my intrusive thoughts, but I do think that it didn't really help a lot with the emotional instability I was dealing with. I still would get very irritable for almost no reason, but it would be intensified in the past by my intrusive thoughts. So to see that the intrusive thoughts weren't playing in and there was something else going on, like that told me a lot. And so basically I realized I have a lot of like unresolved anger and a lot of unresolved hurt that I dealt with somewhat, that I'll be dealing with continuing down the line, which is another part of the reason why I went off the meds, so that I could kind of figure out how to deal with these big emotions, because they're really hard emotions to deal with, and I feel like I should be my best self and do it au naturel, as it were. Showing off how big their engines are, but loud doesn't mean big, of course, 100%. On a middle dose of mine, and when I missed a day, I feel so anxious I may as well be catatonic. No idea how I lived like that for 10 years. Knew I needed meds at 16. Yeah. Like I said, I don't recommend anybody who is in my position to go off their meds unless they 100% know for a fact that it's going to be okay, and if they consulted their doctor. But especially like if you're like this, where you're like more on a middle dosage, definitely don't do what I'm doing. I'm not somebody who is to be made an example of. I am doing this for my own benefit to see if I can handle it. And so far I've been doing pretty okay. But that doesn't mean that somebody in my exact same position would fare the same. Because no two people are alike on any kinds of medication. No two people are alike in general, even if they have everything that's the same. So for me, right now I'm doing okay. I'm doing actually pretty good. Today was a bit of a real test. I had a really, really bad time at my grocery store earlier today. I almost had a panic attack, but I held it together. Basically, like, the whole thing was that I got all my groceries, had checked had everything scanned, went to pay knowing that their system was only accepting cash or credit, not debit. And the credit system wouldn't work. And I did not know if I was going to be even able to get the amount of cash I was going to need for my groceries, which was a lot, because I have to buy 2 weeks worth of things every time I go to the grocery store now, because my paychecks are different than they used to be. So I had a bit of almost a panic attack, but as soon as I had gone up to the ATM to try and figure out if I could get enough cash for my groceries, they came over and were like, okay, we think it might be working now. Come try it again. And thank goodness it worked. And I was very proud of the fact that I held it together the best I could. But I definitely cussed up the storm going back to my car. So that was a huge test for me. So basically Sunday is going to be another big test for me. And thankfully I am going to be with two people I feel very safe with, my mother and my sister. And basically the whole point of us going to the mall is, for one, so I can go see my sister, because I haven't seen her in a couple weeks. But two, it's going to be a real big test for me with my social anxiety, because I don't like being in very big places with a lot of people. It makes me very nervous because I'm just afraid something bad can happen. So this will be a really good test for me to kind of figure out, am I able to handle the big emotions now that I've been in those situations while on meds and done fine, and nothing's changed except the chemicals that my brain is working with. Like, everything else is pretty much the same, more or less. You know what I mean? So we're going to see how that goes. And I will report in my vlog about that. I will let you guys know how that's going. Situations with Mary and mine are very different. Yes, very, very different. I As far as like when I knew I needed meds, I don't know if I ever really truly needed medication, but I definitely needed something to help me suss out my intrusive thoughts. And the medication really did seem to help that. But I am of the thought that it's possible I could have done that without my meds. It just was like a good choice for me to make, but I maybe didn't really need it. But who knows? I don't. I have no idea. Used to go to therapy and it helped me a lot, but I lost my insurance, so I haven't been going. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope that eventually that can get all sorted out and you can go back. I did love going into therapy. I really did. The counselor I had was my first counselor I had ever really worked with, like, intensely. And she was amazing. Like, super, super understanding. She was also very good about, reminding me that, like, kind of like, well, not even so much reminding me, but basically like calling me out on stuff that I didn't realize I was doing that was damaging to myself, like my self-sabotaging ideas and self-sabotaging actions, and how that was, and calling me out on that for being a self-saboteur, like, because I am very bad at knowing that I'm doing that to myself. So I really hope that you can get back to being into therapy, especially with somebody that like you can work well with, because I know there's a lot of people who really need to go that need the service. And I just really hope that you can get that soon, Carissa. I'm sorry you can't right now. Scott off work, how's it going? It's going. We are going to actually right now going to roll for our next sprint, because we're getting to the end of the night for me. So we're going to do one more sprint and see where we end up. All right, peeps, let's see. All right. Somebody's really trying to test me today, I think. I don't know, but we rolled an 11. Again. Do I want to do a 55-minute sprint again? No. I really don't. I don't want to go that long. Fine. We'll do it. It's fine. Massive dice jail. Like, goodbye. No, I'm not going to toss that, because I don't trust Oscar. He will find it and he will eat it. Not doing that. Ton of people need to go. There's always a way. Low income spots. Texas has state psych funding. That's good to know. Awesome. Pretend I rolled a 1. I think we're going to have it, just because for my state of mind, I am not capable of doing another 55-minute sprint. So we're going to have it as close we can, at least. So I think we're going to we'll do a 30-minute. 30 minutes I can handle, I can deal with. So we're going to just say that we rolled a 6, because God forbid I'm not doing another 11 this late at night. Are you nuts? Who said that was okay to do? No. We're not doing that. Oh, ow. Okay. My jaw all of a sudden then... Karma at its finest. All of a sudden, my jaw just decides it wants to hurt. Why? Thinking 33 to keep with the doubles. Nah, we're going to do 30. I like the idea, but nah. We're not getting that extra 3. I don't want them. I don't want that extra 3. It can go away. Go with the rest of it. Dice fighting back. Seriously, it feels like it was karma. Because as soon as I said, in an essence, like, F the dice, my jaw started hurting. We're in Saturn Retrograde, for those of you that don't know. So Saturn Retrograde is massive karmic energy. So be careful what you do, because it could come back and bite you in the asshole. Did I really just say that? I did. Okay, That's out there. All right. I'm going to be so much fun at the live show, just so you know, Brie. I am sorry in advance because I'm a bit of an idiot. It's okay. Let's just ignore that. Thank God y'all can't clip this stuff like you could on Twitch, because good God, I don't need that. What's wrong with me? Okay. Whew. All right. Well, I guess let's go ahead and get started. Because it's already going to go past midnight by the time we finish this. So let's go ahead and get started. Final 30 minutes of reading, everybody. Hope you can finish what you need to finish or get to your goals by the end of this sprint. And if not, that's okay. It happens. Oh, this is a clip option. Paris says yeah, I'm going to be so much fun. And just so you guys are aware, this is completely sober. This is no alcohol involved. So there's something up with me. I don't freaking know. Okay. All right. Well, 30 minutes, everybody. Let's go. Final sprint of the night. Get it. Go. Hi guys. All right, that was the end of our final sprint for the night. Where'd you get to? I got to part 3 of the book. I am over 50% of the way through now. Very exciting, very exciting. On page 207. So where did I start today? I think I was... Hold on. Hang on a tick. It's like page... Yeah, I was on page like 63. So I've read over 100 pages just by doing sprints today. That's pretty impressive. So very happy with that. 17%, I think I was on 8 before. Nice. Made it to page 114. Awesome. Good for you, Carissa. Read like 10 pages and watched 2 of my old videos. Why are you going into my old videos? How old are we talking, Helen? Oh, God, no. I know I know I've said in the past, like, you know, if you want some cringy material, you know, you can go check out my old videos, but I didn't expect anybody to actually do it. Oh God, I'm scared. I'm very scared about that. What are you watching? There's a lot of stuff I know that I privated because they were like old videos I didn't really like want to continue to have, but I wanted them for like more posterity kind of thing. God, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Oh, the one I changed. Okay, the ones where I changed my mind about. Yeah. God, that was a long time ago I made that video. Oof. That was like what? Was that 2019? I think that might have been 2019. The last time I did that. I could be wrong. I don't remember. I think I was back living in my apartment. My hair was real short. Feel like that might be the one. 14 pages. Thanks for hosting. No problem. You guys know I always love doing this. It's so fun. 2019 and 2020? Really? I did one in 2020? Shit, I don't freaking remember. 34 pages this sprint, 108 pages tonight. Nice. Love it. Okay, now hold on. I gotta go check this real quick because I believe you, Helen. I do. I believe you. But I gotta see, like, when did I post that? Because I don't remember posting that video. I gotta check this out myself. 2020. That's a hot minute ago. Okay, July 2021, May 2021, January. Your book tag. Wow, hold on. I will find this. I'm not looking at chat, so I don't know what the hell you guys are saying to me. If you're saying anything to me, give me a minute. I have to dig for this because I don't remember. May 2020. Oh, yep. Okay. Man, end of May 2020. I totally forgot. That was back when I was living in my old house. When did I start my channel? I started my channel when I was in college. It was February 2016. I had been debating, gosh, I had like a whole story with this that I could do. I started it when I was in my technically sophomore year of college, but it was really my second semester on campus because like I went into college having like a whole semester under my belt because of AP classes and college classes I was able to take early through like dual enrollment stuff. So technically my second semester on campus, but my first like year at college was February 2016 is when I started it. And I originally wanted it to be where I did a bunch of different things, where I was going to do book reviews, I was going to do gaming videos, I was going to do vocal covers of like songs that I really liked, and a bunch of other stuff. And I basically bit off way more than I could chew, even at that point. And good God, I was not really aware of like what my life was going to turn out to be when I was that young, because I was like 19 almost. No, I was 18 still. I was still 18 years old, having made that channel just from my college dorm room, because I was, wanted to do something outside of school and work and doing theater at the time. And I was really inspired by, actually, funny enough, another booktuber who I actually went to college with. I found out about booktube through her because she was kind of in the booktube community. If you've ever seen her channel name is Becca with a Book. She's kind of smaller. She does a lot more Twitch streaming now than she does booktube stuff, but I actually went to school with, and we did a production together when we were doing theater stuff at college, and she introduced me to it and pretty much went from there. I decided I was going to like do that and like a bunch of other stuff. And I evolved to just doing solely bookish related content starting in like the middle part of 2020. I was going to do a lot of stuff in 2020 that was going to be different. It was going to go back to those roots that I had, but it was way, way too much. Yeah. The one I found, the most recent video, was 2020. It was when I did the part 2. But I think I did one in 2018 or 2019. I can't remember. I'd have to keep digging, but I don't want to spend time doing that right now. Sometimes YouTube will suggest my review for desperation. It recommends me that all the time. Like, it is my own channel. It's my own video. It's so silly. But yeah, that's actually one of my most popular videos, was my initial review of Desperation by Stephen King back in like 2017, 2018, something like that. That is like one of my most popular videos that I have on my channel. There's quite a few from like in that time frame that have steadily gotten like more views over time. And that's one of them. For some reason, it's not even that good of a review compared to what I do now, but apparently a lot of people seem to like it. Helpful playlist. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Becca, actually, so she and I, like I said, we did a production together back in college, and she was one of our stage managers. I was an actual character in a show, and she was one of our stage managers, and super awesome. Really love her a lot. I go on her Twitch stream sometimes, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, hi!" Like, she's super, super nice. And so yeah, she really got me into doing booktube stuff, because I had never heard about it until I met her. She introduced it to me, and then because at the time I was strictly just like Jacksepticeye, Markiplier. That was all I really watched, all I really knew about in terms. And then PewDiePie every now and then back in the day, like way, way, way back in the day, when he used to like not do a lot of like the cringy stuff he did at one point. But those three were the three YouTubers I really followed, because I didn't know that there was other parts of YouTube like BookTube. And so she introduced it to me, and I found Jessie the Reader, Emma Books, Clockwork Reader, like all those people, and I like latched onto that, and I never let go. And now look where I am. It's been 6 years as of this past February. I've been on YouTube, and it's been a ride. It's been a lot of self-discovery, I think, honestly, through doing stuff like this. The show we were doing, it was called Mother Hicks. It was a show that basically was about It was placed in the 1930s, and it was about a young girl who was a orphan. It's actually technically part of a trilogy of shows, which is weird. I had never heard of that before doing this show, but it was about a girl named Girl. She didn't have a name, and she was an orphan and basically was adopted by this very well-to-do family that couldn't have children, I think because of infertility issues possibly at the time. And so she runs away though, because this family is not what she wants. It's not, they try to change her, they try to make her something into who she's not when she's kind of a tomboy. And she runs off to live with this woman named Mother Hicks, who is basically considered like the witch of this town. Like nobody goes near her, nobody talks to her, because they all think that they're going to get like smited or whatever the hell. I played a character named Izzy, who was basically the queen bee of this town and was basically the biggest rumor mongerer of Mother Hicks in this show. And it was a show too, which this is the coolest thing that I think I've ever really done. It was a show where there also was a deaf character who was pretty much like the main focus of all three of the stories. But in this show in particular, he was more so the narrator of it. So the opening of the show, you had him come out, and this person that did the show never knew ASL really before this. He was not an actually deaf person. We had somebody who was slated that was actually a deaf person in our community that I went to school with, but he couldn't do it. He had a conflicting schedule, basically. So the understudy ended up taking over his role and completely learned all of his script in ASL, thankfully with our ASL interpreter. Like, I kid you not, you guys, there is a video on my college website from when this show took place that I could show you one day if you would like to see it. Actually, I probably could look it up right now because it's on my Facebook. But basically, we all learned portions of ASL in this show. Like, I learned how to basically say my lines in sync with him, the person that played this deaf character, how to time my speech with his sign, all kinds of stuff. Like, it was so fascinating and learning so much more about how ASL works. And because I knew very little of it going into the show, and I didn't have to learn how to do ASL. I just basically had to learn how to time my lines with how he was signing for the very beginning of the show. Like, it was basically where like we had like monologues of things in like at the very beginning of each scene. Each of the other characters had a monologue that they spoke to the audience as the character was signing. And it was so cool. It was really cool to experience that. And we actually did a whole show that was dedicated toward our deaf community in the town where my college is. We had a very good size deaf community that we specifically had, I think, at least 2 shows in the running of that show was specifically for our deaf community, which was very, very fun. But I was the queen bee. I was the person that was the mean one, which I honestly get typecasted for. When I was in high school, I also had a lot of those roles, and I'm not that kind of a person. If you know me very well personally, I am not somebody that is like at all like that. So it was always strange to me. I guess I can act like a bitch if I want, which I guess you could say, is believable, but that's not my personality. And I somehow got typecasted as that. So it was just very interesting. But it was a really cool show. It was really cool. I wish we would have been able to see, though, the other parts of that story. Because like I said, it was part of a trilogy of shows, but we never got to see the other pieces of that. But that was the only show I actually ever did while I was in college. And it's the last show that I've ever done. And I do miss acting. I do miss being on stage, but I don't feel like it's a part of my life anymore as much as it used to be. I think that I kind of moved on because after that show, I got really involved with working in my school's writing center, and I kind of just went on my own path. I still minored in theater, but I never really partook in any other shows that went on campus, which I kind of wish I would have been able to, but it is what it is. I wouldn't change my college experience because I think that it was actually the experience I went into wanting, and I got it. So I was pretty happy with that. Found BookTube by accident. Yeah, I think mine was kind of by accident, but like it was somebody told me about it, and then I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. I'll check it out. And then I just was like, right in. Had to be in. Found a BookTube from Percy Jackson reviews. Awesome. That is so cool. I love how like we all just find little pieces. Like I think I remember finding gaming videos back when I was like 13 because for some reason I had never played The Sims at all in my life, and I was obsessed with watching Sims videos, even though I never played it, didn't know anything about what was happening, but I learned through watching those videos, and that's how I found like Jacksepticeye's playlist like back in the day. And then Markiplier's, like, after so long, like, I just found their videos and just fell right in love with them. I don't remember how exactly I found PewDiePie. I think I found PewDiePie randomly, by accident, watching his old Amnesia videos. And then, like, this was back when he was, I think, living in Italy at the time. Like, when he and his wife, Marcia, were just, like, really, like, living together and all that stuff. But I don't remember exactly how I found him. As weird as that sounds. Me acting like a bitch in a short we did in drama made my drama teacher realize how well I could act. Yeah, that honestly, though, was why I got casted into that. I had, teachers that I did drama with where they would see me act in those roles, and they said it basically seemed like it was natural. But it was so opposite of how I am in real life. Like, I did Grease when I was in high school, and in Grease, I was cast as Rizzo. Like, I mean, she's not a complete bitch, but like she's a mean girl. She's a mean girl, and for some reason, I fit that character very, very well from the people that we had. Because, like, mind you, this is also again like a really small town. Not a lot of people join the drama club because it's a very sports-oriented city. So I was what they had, and they picked me for it, which I'm grateful for. That's actually the friend that's coming over to see me tomorrow is my best friend from high school that I met when she moved to our school, and I convinced her to join drama club within her first week because we needed people to join for Grease. Feel like they're the best parts to play. I would agree. They're very fun, but when you play that character so often, that type of character so often, it kind of makes you question about yourself. Like, do I really put off that energy? I mean, I'm sure I do. I'm sure I have RBF. I'm sure I have, something about me that can make me seem like I could be a bitch. I'm sure there's something, right? Like there has to be something there for them to think that I could fit that character. It was just always like the mean girls. I don't know why. There was even a play that I did when I was a sophomore where I played an elderly teacher who was a bit of a jerk. And I don't know what it is about me. Apparently I just play mean people very well, which, okay, fair. I wish I could have that energy in real life. Full on pulled me aside to tell me how well I did. That's awesome. I love when teachers actually do that. Like, that makes me feel like so much better when somebody like tells me, hey, you're doing great. Like, this is wonderful. Like, you're doing everything you need to. Like, good on you. Rizzo is who I would want to play in Grease. See, and like, the musical we had was so crappy. Like, the script was awful. The script we had was more of like what the middle schoolers could have probably done because there was no pregnancy scare for Rizzo, none of that. We had to, by the skin of our teeth, get permission to use a fake cigarette for Kaneki. Somehow we were able to do that, but we couldn't have Rizzo have a fake pregnancy scare because, for one, it wasn't in the script, and two, it was going to be too much for our community. It It was dumb. It was very dumb. Never did high school shows because the teacher in charge didn't like me. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. It might as well have been Grease Jr., to be honest. Like, that's genuinely how it felt. If I could find that script again, which it's buried somewhere, it's probably honestly somewhere buried in my parents' basement, that script was like so cut down from what I know of Grease. And it was honestly kind of appalling looking back on it. Like, I'm so disappointed of how we did it, because like I said, I grew up in a very rural community and a lot of it is very conservative. So like there's so much of it that we couldn't do. Like, and I'll give you a really good example of one of the things that we had to deal with when I was growing up. So let me set the scene for you. My senior year of high school, funny enough, this is also a show that I did where my husband and I officially had like started dating. So that gives you kind of a context of like where things were. So my husband and I, around the time we started dating, was my senior year of high school. We were doing a play that was being directed by our senior students, a couple friends of mine who decided to undertake this project. And the show was called Almost Maine. Some of you might have heard it. It's a show that basically takes place in the town of Almost Maine because it's basically right on the border of Canada. And it's a show that is basically a set of vignette scenes of different couples that are either getting together, they're breaking up, or they're kind of reuniting in some cases. And one scene in particular in that show was with two men who kind of realized they had feelings for each other. Each of the scenes basically had this kind of cheesy line, cliche line about what was going on in the scene that really explained it. I played a character who was basically on the brink of wanting a divorce from her husband, who stopped engaging with her and her family. But the scene that we struggled with was whether or not we could do the scene with the two guys that were falling for each other, and nothing even really happened in the scene. Like it was just told that they were falling for each other and they were having that realization. That was the whole scene. No kissing, not even so much as like a hug between the two guys. And we had to decide as a drama club if we could even put this out to our community because of how conservative our community is. That's the kind of stuff I had to deal with being in high school. So it doesn't surprise me that the show before we did all of that was basically Grease Jr. Like it was just so frustrating. Like I loved my community growing up for the most part, like especially my drama club community, because we were all pretty like progressive individuals. We fought hard to keep that scene in the show, and we did. And we never heard diddly squat about it. We had no issues come up because of keeping that scene. But the pure fact that we had to sit there and agonize over the idea of putting that scene in this show because of the fact that we were afraid of the backlash we were going to get from the rest of our community that already didn't really seem to care about us at all because they only cared about the sports teams. It was so frustrating. You know, as like a 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid who's trying to like be authentic and like do things that seem right and encourage, you know, different kinds of life and everything. Like the show was just, it was an eye-opener. That show was an eye-opener for me about how stupid my community I grew up in was. But Grease, it was like, I have a love-hate relationship with it because I got to do a lot of stuff with Grease Jr. I got to choreograph the entirety of Beauty School Dropout because I was helping out the drama teachers that were doing it. And they said, hey, you have a lot of dance experience. Can you like just come up with a very simple choreography for this group of kids who have no dancing talent. And I was like, sure, why not? I can handle that. That's not a big deal. It's a pretty simple routine. Like if you look at the movie, there's not much for you to have to do in terms of dancing. So I did it. I taught, I choreographed the entirety beauty school dropout for this group of friends that were going to be involved in the scene. No problems. But the fact that that show and Almost Maine were two shows I feel like I just had so many issues with in terms of the way that it was done and the way that we had to play it for our community. It was so frustrating. Because half of the time, high school kids go through the stuff that goes on in those two shows. I mean, yes, Almost Maine is more of adults going through the scenarios, but it could still be something that teenagers could understand. So why can't we have a scene with two men who are going to be falling for each other and there's nothing past them acknowledging it to each other? And why can't we have a scene that involves a pregnancy scare that most teenage girls will probably go through at one point in their life when they're having sex? It was so frustrating. It was so frustrating. I could go on and on about that, but I'm going to stop there. We did full-on West Side Story. Yeah, we would never have been able to do that. Not with the amount of people we would have in drama, nor the space, nor the community backing of that one. Never would have happened. You have it on DVD. Oh, God. No, thanks. No, yeah. Well, I mean, it's good. I'm glad that, it turns out good, but no. My parents have DVDs of my former dance recitals from when I'm 7 years old, and those are cringy for me to watch. It shows band over drama. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's partially why I'm glad that if Robert and I end up having any kids anytime soon, they're not going to be in that area, because I'm not going to put my kids in a space where they can't experience the real world. That makes sense. Did Aladdin Jr., Honk Jr., and Dorothy Meets Alice. The only junior show I ever officially did was Guys and Dolls Jr. when I was in 8th grade. It was actually the show where I first met my husband when we were in middle school. It's where we actually met for the first time and became friends. Almost Maine was the show where we actually got together and started dating. The unpopular opinion of not liking Grease. That's fine. I know plenty of people who don't, and I understand it. I get it. It's nothing but a lot of just high school drama. That's all it is. Not acting drama, but catty drama. That's all it is. And some of the things are kind of interesting to see how people grow, but I totally get it. Just hit me that for Aladdin Jr., they gave the actor who played Aladdin a spray tan. Oh my. I don't blame you for blocking it out. Truthfully, I feel like I would have done that as well. The most scandalous thing we had ever really done wasn't even part of us. It was so we had one kid who was the biggest jerk, and he was one of the biggest narcissists I have ever met in my entire life. Still to this day. Nobody has topped this man. So he was a year older than me. And funny enough, this actually happened around the time we were going to be doing Grease. His younger brother was cast as Kaneki. But this guy, he basically, the show beforehand was cast in it, but then was kicked out because he tried to pocket the money we would be getting from our fundraiser every year. He was trying to basically embezzle money. So my drama club back home, what they would do every year is they would do a sucker sale. So there's these really popular suckers that we would get every single year. We'd sell them for 25 cents a piece. I kid you not, we would go through probably almost 1,000 of those within a week because they were so popular. They were really good suckers too, really in good flavors and stuff. This stupid guy thought it would be a good idea to try and, for one, overcharge on the suckers and then also pocket the money that he would get from that, thinking he was going to get away with it. It's a small school. You're not going to be able to get away from it that fast. Like, should have thought a little bit more ahead of that. But basically, so during that show, he was kicked out. We had to recast his role. And that poor soul had a week to learn his lines. And he managed. He actually did a really good job. I was impressed. But that guy was never allowed to be in a show for the rest of his high school career. He was not allowed, even though he auditioned several times for roles. He never got a role because we couldn't. And it was so stupid because this happened during my sophomore year. And between my sophomore year and junior year, my first drama teachers ended up leaving. One retired and one went to a different school. And then, so my junior year, we had to tell our teachers that took over, this guy's not allowed to be in our group. Like, because I was at that point the vice president of the drama club. So the board basically were like, he's not allowed. He's tried to screw us over so many times. He's not allowed. He can audition all he wants, but he's not allowed to have a role. He will not be cast. And they were like, okay. And they didn't like him anyway, so it didn't really matter. But his younger brother was who got Kaneki in Grease that junior year. Just found the Grease soundtrack for a record player, speaking of movies. It's I will say, I will give Grease the fact that they've got some really catchy music. Like, I'm a sucker for musicals, but that's one of the catchier musicals, I think, in my mind, just soundtrack-wise. If you want to know how much we pushed in my drama, the grade 12s did Dogville and a Greek tragedy, Philomela. We never did Greek when I was in high school. We didn't even really do it when I was no, that's wrong. They did it while I was in college. I was never a part of it, but they did do a few Greek shows over the course of time when I was in college. High school teacher only did performance of shows her mom wrote. What? Love Worst Things oh my gosh. Worst things they could do. Even for not liking Grease, the songs are great. Yeah, like, they're catchy. And the dance numbers are kind of fun. Like, one of the things I do really remember fondly about being in Grease was the prom scene was my favorite scene to work with. Because it was just this big dance number, and like, we really kind of had gone all out for it. It was like just one of the most fun, I think, dance numbers we ever did when it came to the musicals. And I only did 2 musicals while I was in high school because we didn't start doing the musicals until my junior year. But it was so much fun to do that prom scene. Like, we had a good time, and it was like just really fun. Drama teacher was a character. Yay. Fun. Love that. I have them all stuck in my head. Yeah, I'm already starting to hear You're the One That I Want in my head, and I think it's time for me to go to bed, y'all, because it's 12:40 my time. I gotta go to bed. So, with that being said, thank you all so much for joining me tonight. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for sticking with me. I know that I was supposed to do these tomorrow, but I'm going to be busy tomorrow. So, hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Don't forget, if you are involved at all with the Brandon Sanderson read-along that Bree from Bree Cherie Reads and Brandy from Books with Brandy Shanae are hosting, tomorrow is the live show. I will be helping host that. So, come hang out. It's going to be at 9 p.m. tomorrow. Eastern Standard Time. That's my time. So come join if you're part of that. And I'll see you guys there. So that's going to be fun. Otherwise, quick reminder, next weekend I will be doing sprints next weekend, but the following weekend I will not be. So next weekend is my last weekend for the month of June doing sprints. So you guys are aware. I'll make sure to remind you again next week. But anyway, I'm going to go get some sleep. I will see you guys later. Bye. This was very fun. Oh my gosh. Welcome, guys. Good night, good night, good night. Goodbye.